Welcome back, folks. We are picking up where we left off in the torch-only run. I'm hoping to get through Liurnia today, the remainder of it. I've obviously done a chunk of it. But let's say hi to Gideon now that we've murdered his thug.
Received the wisdom I bid you. I am known as a tarnished. I am you now belong. You'll be after more. Then as you're the inheritor, we of the Godric the General Rederator right more got. And he'll still be Oh, and she got Raz's mask, but now finished. Ah yeah. Allow me to find the She hides in it, she knows.
Find the Nokron. Oh, why not? Let's just get rid of Selvis's potion while I'm thinking of it.
I wanted to round table has but. Oh. Good. You go and see Selvis. Just tell him that you tricked your man. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing is inevitable.
Now for the relevant one.
Ah, you, please. Leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
You know what, we'll break this conversation with Nefeli up over a couple of trips because, frankly, it would be a bit annoying to try to do all of them right now. You have to go up and down the stairs like 4 times. Anyway, let's go after one more smithing stone 4. That way we can finish getting the upgrades we need on... Well, we can finish the currently available upgrades on this torch. Okay. So yeah, there should be one in one of these chests. I don't know which one, otherwise I would have just grabbed it and ran. Okay, bye. That guy seems confused. Hey guys, thanks again for the shield. Just trying to get back to the grace so that I can... Ah, there we go. And clear of the aggro.
Well, last war.
There we go. Okay, that is plus 12 and plus 13. From my checking, I don't think there are enough smithing stone 5s in Limgrave to in Liurnia. Sorry, they both start with L. I get confused. I don't think there are enough smithing 5s in Liurnia to upgrade this to plus 14. So that'll have to wait until the next area. Oh my gosh. So many weapons that I won't be using. I could realistically upgrade this thing. You know what? Why not? Again, Somber 1 through 4 aren't really an issue to spend. Now, let's head up this way. Hi, Headless Troll Knight Apparition. Hi, Headless Troll Knight Ghost. Oh no, you're an apparition as well. Weirdly, I think that one stays dead if you kill it. Alright, time to go and get into a fight that could very easily go badly because this is actually a pretty tough boss. But we are kind of over-leveled for it, so here we are, back at the Chapel of Anticipation. That went surprisingly well. I'm never that good against those guys. I'm genuinely terrible at fighting grafted scions. So I don't know how we managed to live through that without even needing to heal until the fight was over. But I'm not going to question it because, you know what? That's a nice enough thing to have happen. The Stormhawk King, that's a key item. And even though we won't be using him, we'll pick up Dennis here. Stormhawk Dennis. It's definitely what it says right there, and you have no reason to think otherwise. And now that we've got the Stormhawk King, we'll go back to the Round Table Hold. Also, sadly, I looked into it, and it doesn't seem like there are any good...
Indeed. So I had no determined. I suspect a Dawson.
I don't think there are any... Okay, there's like one good armor set in Liurnia, but for this, for the style that I'm trying to get, There really aren't.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic. So you know why? For indulging my father, I would have done anything for him. To place him on the throne of Elden Lord. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him. And I can no longer trust him, Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me? No, how could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now, I've lost it. Is that ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it. My thanks. I'll gladly take it.
Here, I will set you on fire.
I'm not like Roderica. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you.
So yeah, that's for some future plot stuff. Nah, I don't really care about fighting the guy down there. I don't feel the need to get the Taunter's tongue. One thing I should probably do is go and say hi to Vare.
There you are. You claimed a great room and had your audience with the two fingers at the round table home. What was your impression? Aha, your intuition serves you well.
I love the
My
shield
doubts
that
have been
Albenarix carry,
piling
but
up,
it's not
you
obtainable
see.
in game.
The words
Welcome
of
to
the
the
two
stream, bro.
fingers cannot
Good to
be
have you.
trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most. Oh, I have a gift for you, something fit only for the wise.
Are you talking about the shield that I'm carrying, or the shield that the person in there in the background is carrying?
A means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin.
My shield, okay. This is me. Vare doesn't have a shield. But I do. Okay, we need to look at bosses. There is one more place that I'd like to go. I do want to head up here at some point, but there's a pretty annoying invader up there that I would have to deal with. You know, I might just start from the bottom of Liurnia and work my way up. Which means... yeah, it's a fun shield. I'm mainly using it for the buff that it can give me. If I use its skill, it gives me like a 12% attack buff. Let's stash some weapons in the chest before we get too cluttered. Oh. Let's start with that. Okay, we got that. I think yeah, Laskia Ruins is a good place to go. We can go and fight the Bloodhound tonight. Due west. As much of a meme as Gideon's directions for finding Latenna are in the Elden Ring community, I do kind of appreciate them. They do put you in the right spot. And by that I mean farther north than here. You know what? Hang on. Time for an annoying fight. Yeah, that was one of the more annoying bosses the first time I tried this run. And I've found that the only consistent move that I could use against him was kind of just spam jump attack. Oh, before I go anywhere, there's like a rune arc or something on a body over here. Ah, there you are. Oh, it's a sacrificial twig, okay. Not what I was hoping for. I thought it was a rune arc. Oh wait, I have the runes to level up. I'm at 30 vigor. That should be pretty good for the moment. Here's the cave. Well, I'm thinking about it. Spear talisman in here. And we don't have any means of inflicting pierce damage. So that's probably useless. Which means instead of doing any of the side stuff, we are just going to rush the boss. That went well. Now that boss is pretty easy, all things considered. Like, I don't know if I've ever really struggled against him, except back when I was a beginner. Anything can be difficult if you're a beginner, you don't know move sets or anything.
Foul tarnished. What do you want?
Kinda
I told
rude.
the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion.
Gonna set you on
Or have
fire,
you
that's
come
what
to
I
take
want.
more from me? Was my other half not enough?
Yeah, I
speak
can't
truth?
get close enough to set
So
you on
old
fire.
Altus entrusted his medallion to you.
Oh, there we go.
Then I've no choice but to trust that this was his dying will. Let's try again. I'm the tenor.
I just love shoving my torch in people's faces.
My apologies for my coarse words earlier. I presume the worst. Seeing that you're another tarnished like that all-hearing brute, I hope that you will forgive me. The medallion. Would you I must go back. There is something Will you show me if you accept of the whereabouts? Thank you, kind. They say in castles. Then I suppose farewell, love. I will go with the forgive me. Call upon me when needed.
All right, my
I will
favorite
fight
summon.
at your side.
Oh, what the heck? I can just stand in Lobo? No. Huh. He must be tied to her model, like his collision. That's so weird. Okay, bye, Lobo. Let's see now. Aerial Watchdog in the Cliff Bottom Catacombs, which I think are over here. Dual Crystallion fight, Cemetery Shade, Black Knife Assassin, Royal Revenant, Onyx Lord. These last four are probably the most difficult in just Liurnia in general. Well, not so much the Deathbird. These last three that are left. The Deathrite Bird, the Bell-Bearing Hunter, and Magma Worm Makar are ones that we're going to want to save for a while. Makar is immune to fire damage, and I've already explained the issue with Bell-Bearing Hunters. And that Deathrite Bird hits harder than anything else we've encountered in the game up to this point, with one move specifically. There are the two bosses in Rhea Lucaria. I think what we'll do is hit a couple of the easier ones, like the Erdtree Burial Watchdog and the Crystallion. Yeah, we'll hit these guys up at the top. Then I think we'll go into the Academy. Because I would like to get a third talisman slot. I suppose I could also hit the... You know what? Let's do the... the Knights Cavalry. That ghost right there gives you a hint about this Knights Cavalry. I thought he gave a hint toward the Knights Cavalry. Apparently I was wrong. Now, if I recall, These catacombs are kind of dangerous. They're not the most dangerous catacombs in this area, but they aren't exactly easy. Pretty sure we're gonna have a good number of imps to deal with. Well, let's see if I can actually figure out where the door is. There you are. Cliff Bottom Catacombs. Doesn't look like much. There is the Nox Mirror Helm. Oh, there's Prattling Pate. Wonderful. And a Rune Arc. It's this one. We have omens to deal with, everyone. Okay, well, anyway. If you're trying to full clear this dungeon, it's such a pain. Those omens are just practically omnipresent in the lower levels, and they hit so hard. Yeah, I find it's a pretty frequent occurrence in Elden Ring. Once I got familiar with the enemies, like with the boss enemies, I found that I was a lot more worried about random overworld enemies than the actual bosses. Let's go and do another Knight's Cavalry while I'm thinking about it. Crystallian duo we'd have to go a good ways for. Onyx Lord, we would have to go into an area we haven't been. The Deathbird is also a solid option. In fact, you know what? Deathbird first, then Knight's Cavalry. Okay, that's one Deathbird. Now for a Knight's Cavalry. They're a lot easier to deal with when they're unhorsed. Also, they do, like that, their weapons are really cool. Big fan of the Knight Rider weapons. Or the Knight's Cavalry. Yeah, the Knight Rider weapon set. I appreciate that at the very least we don't have to put much into mind early on in this, because we're mainly using FP for buffs that aren't too expensive. Like, we're not spamming fire either. And even if we were, it's not very expensive either. Okay, who was I looking at next? Before we do the dual Crystallion and these two, which are both in the same catacomb, I think I want to go after the Onyx Lord. Who has one of the weirder approaches in this area. Oh my gosh. See, that's why you shouldn't stand around invisible. You are likely to get run over. Now this area right here is one of the top areas that I would list under you're unlikely to ever visit unless you're doing all bosses or something similar. Like, after a first playthrough, you realize that there's just not much to find. Bye. No joke. About 100 feet that way, there's a red wolf who is unironically way more difficult than that guy. Okay, let's see. Who was next? Ah, Dual Crystallion, right. I hope I have enough stone sword keys for this. I should. Hello, runes. Oh my gosh. Okay, these aren't royal revenants, they're just Albanars. I thought, based on the way they were popping out of the ground, that they were royal revenants, but thankfully not, because royal revenants are kind of the worst, which is why I'm avoiding the one boss royal revenant in this area for the moment. Was it the other way around? Yeah, it must have been the other way around the academy. Oh, wait, what the heck? No, it's just I went north instead of toward the academy. I'm just stupid. There's the academy. There's the direction I was supposed to go. Dang it. It's okay. I know a couple of the shops that sell stone sword keys. I mean, it's not like I've been in this exact situation trying to get in here and out of stone sword keys or something. That would be ridiculous.
Have a safe.
Oh, I didn't mean to leave.
Have a safe journey.
Alright, time to run past a lot of enemies as they shoot at us. Luckily, if nothing else, the Crystallian bosses at the end shouldn't be that much trouble. Also, the rats are not the enemies that will shoot at us, don't worry. This game did not give the rats in this area guns. What's up, guys? And we will go up to the top because we might at some point want Terra Magica, and I don't want to have to walk back through the dungeon to get it. Oh, I just love that look. Just can't even see out of his own helmet. Yeah, I don't actually anticipate wanting Terra Magica, but if I ever do want it, it'll be there. I'd love to know how realistically this elevator lines up with the rest of the academy. I imagine it's pretty realistic, to be honest. There's a rune bear somewhere up here that is put in place to ambush you as you pass. There he is. I thought he was, like, off in the bushes ready to pounce, but apparently I was wrong. I remember farming that guy for his shield at one point for my DLC character. Okay. And just before I do anything else, I'm gonna see if I can hit all of the invisible walls with that. Oh. Hang on, sorry skeleton, I forgot to check if there are any other items that I want to find in here. Black Knife Catacombs. Nope, just the stuff from the bosses, because the Assassin Cerulean Dagger comes from one boss, and the Death Root comes from the other. This dungeon does have a pretty cool gimmick that I'm going to do my best not to engage with. There are lots of those little necromancer dudes. And And the skeletons around the dungeon are mainly tied to them. Apparently some skeletons just walked under those massive blades dropping from the ceiling. I really wish you could do that skill while moving. Bye, Felicia. I'm so very tempted to go for the shiny thing that y'all saw over there, but honestly, I'm pretty sure it's just crab eggs. Oh, I hate that guy. He's honestly so annoying. Ah, there's the death route. Would have been really dumb if I had forgotten that and somehow and at the end of the game had to go back and, or at the end of Geraint's quest had to go back and search all of the catacombs for it. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Okay, well, that's 2 more bosses knocked out. I say knocked out, but we killed them. I just mean knocked off the list. I'm assuming that was obvious, but at the same time, who knows? Okay, the rest of these I kind of just want to put off because, well, they annoy me. So, let's go into Raya Lucaria. Oh, actually, you know what? There's like a really high chance that I die in the early portion of Raya Lucaria. I'm gonna go spend my runes, buy a few random rune arcs, I think, because 3 rune arcs should clear out the 12,000 runes that I'm carrying around. I just have this really bad habit of dying a bunch in Raya Lucaria, mainly just going into it. There are a couple of doors that are guarded by mages that I'm just way too lazy to try to kill. These guys who are always a pain. Okay, somehow I've made it through that little stretch without dying. Which feels like a pretty massive accomplishment since I pretty much always die there. Then again, I usually try to rest at the Grace because I'm doing that path at like level 1. Doggo, could you leave me be, please? I think the doggo might have fallen off the cliff. Guy always body blocks the door. It's so annoying. Red Wolf of Radagon. I kind of had to go stylish there. Red Wolf is very, very weak to fire. For the moment, I should still be good with that amount of faith. Let's start investing in some intelligence. Prep for the Ghostflame torch, because we're going to want that to be about as high as strength. I don't know how Margit's shackle didn't reach that. Alright, and then rather than opening that door, I am just going to walk back to the debate parlor. If I open that door, I have to deal with the mages and the big pots on the other side of it. Also, I just went out of my way to grab an item that I really don't need. But you know what? Don't question it. I just didn't want to get double teamed by these guys. Yeah, torches do surprising amounts of posture damage, even on, and stance damage, even on just an R1, which is kind of wild. Sorry about that. Okay. We are going to pick up a cheeky little smithing stone 5. Oh. Actually, higher priority than that. There's a golden seed over here, and it's been a while since we got one. In fact, I have no idea if this will give us a flask upgrade, so let's go try it, see if it does. If not, well, nothing really lost, just like a minute of movement, and it did. Goodbye, Nokron. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the man who is generally known to be the most suicidal being in all of the Lands Between. I used to have real difficulty killing him when I got up here. Until I saw in some YouTube videos that you can just kind of get on the elevator, and assuming you don't let him get on with you, he will just die. Pretty much on his own. He just walks into the bottomless pit below the elevator. Okay, well, that took care of the giant ball. Also, that right there is a portal that leads directly to Turtle Pope, which is really fun. Unless it's at night, and then you get warped there when the bell-bearing hunter appears, and then it's a lot less fun. Huh, for some reason I thought I already had a Smithing Stone 5. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. I was getting confused and thinking I had already picked this up. Okay, EG, want to go ahead and give me one more upgrade on my torch?
Greeting.
Oh, right, I already got that upgrade. I just got the smithing stone. Alright, later, EG. I'm gonna go kill our boss's mom. Yeah, we're on our way to beat the crap out of Ronnie's mom. It's gonna be a fun time, you know? And because we killed the guys up on the balcony there, we no longer have to deal with the massive balls. Actually, come to think of it, hey, we cleared 50 poise. Nice. Honestly, these things are so freaking creepy.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Okay, time to run around beating up children. Really? It took one? game.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Okay. That's what would have happened the last phase had one of the children not fallen out of the sky on top of me. Okay, for a second there I thought it had bugged, because that was a really long black screen.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience.
I do feel a little bit bad in this situation, because we are just beating the crap out of a woman who is basically vegetative.
Upon my name as Rani the
Like,
Witch.
of all the people in the game, Renala is probably the least to blame for anything happening here.
Foul trespasser. Send word
Okay,
far and wide.
Rani, that's just kind of rude. I literally work for you. You're calling me foul trespasser?
Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Okay, time for my... Really? She is starting with full moon.
Come, O warm giant.
Nice.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones, to be better born anew? Ah, is it thy to become? Be not alarmed. I...
Not the most difficult fight, but definitely a cool fight. Alright, what is left? Looks like we've cleared Rea Lucaria. So, real quick, we can't go to Moonlight Altar yet. Moonlight Altar is this plateau over here, and it is physically unreachable until we've done a completely different section of the game that involves going to Altus Plateau and to Caelid. Wait, actually, just to Is it just to Caelid? There are a few places that we would need to go in order to... Yeah, Caelid and then Nokron are at minimum required before you reach the Moonlight Altar. The village of Albinarix is underneath it. So we can't go there yet, but we do have 4 more bosses in Liurnia. And as much as I don't like to say it, because I hate the idea of fighting him, the Bell-Bearing Hunter is probably the easiest of the bosses that we still have to fight. Oh, hang on. Oh, why am I resting at a grace? I don't need to rest at a grace in order to travel. With 2 great runes, we can now get our 3rd talisman patch.
Holy, fine. You have now to become the thing as much. Now become.
So that's cool. For the moment, I might just go for Erdtree's favor. In the grand scheme of things, I think it's the best item for now, unless I want to swap in something for... It's a very small buff overall, but unless I want to swap something else in for some extra defense or some such, I think it's our best bet. Dang it.
Greetings. Oh, what very well. Heresy, all thing. Is this?
Alright, get some good eeps. Turtle Pope. There we go. Probably Royal Revenant next. That's another one that I got stuck on when I first attempted Torch only. Mainly because I couldn't for the life of me manage to remind myself that the jellyfish shield I was carrying was not just a buffing item, but was in fact a shield with 100% physical damage negation. Okay, that's a Royal Revenant taken care of, which means it's just the Deathrite Bird and Magma Worm Makar. And between the two, honestly, Makar is going to be easier. I am a lot more worried about the Deathrite Bird. Can't really get a good angle on his head for a moment. And we just got the coolest sword in the game. Like, I'm not even joking. This is my absolute favorite sword in the game, and I'm astounded that I haven't actually done a run with it. But it is the coolest weapon in the game. And this is like a semi-main dungeon, I think, because there are multiple graces in the ruin-strewn precipice, including after its final boss. Again, we're just investing in intelligence to future-proof against when we get the Ghostflame torch. Alright, I can't put it off any longer. Time to go and fight the enemy with the highest damage of any we've encountered in the entire game so far. Even higher than Renala, which is saying something. Because Renala may be a relatively easy fight, as long as you've got one weapon with decent physical damage. But she hits like a truck. Nope, that is not what I meant to do. Yeah, so that attack it just did has a very real chance to kill us from full health. You notice how much damage we took just tapping the area where that effect was lingering? That is one of the most deadly enemies we've encountered in the entire game so far. Alright, let's see real quick. I think there's at least one more thing that I want to do before we leave Liurnia, but we have cleared all the bosses. 25 in Liurnia, 2 in Rea Lucaria. That said... Oh, I should have gone to Renala's room. I never quite know how I'm positioned in the camera. Because I can't look at the camera and where I am and also see the video feed of me, the face cam. So it's like, hang on, that's about 800, a little more. A little less. Okay. Time for us to go someplace that would be pretty deadly, but we're pretty over-leveled for it. That's more or less my strategy for this run. Hope that by doing all bosses, I'll be fairly over-leveled for every one of them to make up for the shortage in power that torches have. I do wish a couple of things, though. I really wish that you could power stance torches, first of all. I would love to be using 2 torches right now instead of just 1. And second, I would really appreciate if you could get critical hits with torches. Okay, well there's a handy little glintstone staff in case I ever feel the need to cast Terra Magica. It's another area where it's so easy to get lost if you don't know where you're going. Nice imbued sword key that we will never use. You know what? I'm gonna pretend that was on purpose. That looked pretty stinking cool. Alright, we got an Academy Glintstone key for tops. I thought that was a rune. Oh, hi, Paige. How high are you? No, officer, it's high. How are you? Oh, you know, there is one other thing that I almost forgot to take care of. And it's a pretty major thing. After we do this, I'm going to revisit...
Oh, hello. Have you ever heard there? I would through the distant lights, but I can't send these. Without one,
So I don't have I don't have the fingerprint grape yet, but I can go get it along with something that is arguably a lot more important. One of the limited healing upgrades. Oh, what's that? I don't think I've ever come over here and gotten that. Oh, it's a rune arc. I should try to remember that. That's handy. Next time I'm starting a non-region locked character. We're going to go ahead and grab the Site of Grace here by the Dectus Lift. Just in case we ever feel the need to use it. I kind of doubt we will, but hey, who knows what'll happen. It's still between this lift and the passage beyond Magma Worm Makar. Now to head for an area where it's remarkably easy to die. Oh, Mr. Frenzied Sun. I can't believe they all went down in a single hit. I mean, that's kind of just a testament to how much I've juiced up the power on this torch. Let's go visit Tops real quick. I almost forgot that. We're gonna be in the right area to use one of the rewards from his quest.
Magdalene, wonderful. Are you certain you're willing to admire? Thank you. Now I can go to resume my...
Erudition.
back to learn why, of course. Thank you. With you a blessed, perhaps, who knows?
So, fun fact. So, a lot of NPCs have pretty terrible endings in these games. They kind of just tend to die. Even if you help them. Tops, though, while he does die, it's most likely just due to the fact that he worked himself to death. Because he forgot. Like, he probably just forgot to feed himself while he was working on the spell. And it's kind of wild, because if we take a look at the spell that you get from helping him, Top's Barrier, future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. The lifelong pursuit of Tops the Bluntstone. It's a spell that's literally worth making him one of, like, the headmasters of the Academy. And no one took him seriously. Oh, Latenna, you'll stay in the inventory too, because eventually we're gonna want you around. I would allow myself to use Howl of Shabriri, because it's mainly a buff, but it does deal damage if enemies are close by. So it feels a little bit disingenuous. I might reconsider, but for the moment I'm alright leaving it out. Of how all of these require more intelligence than I currently have. Azur's Glintstone Staff is really good, funnily enough. It has a passive reduction on the casting time of sorceries. Okay. Back up here. We'll go ahead and solve the puzzle at the tower up here since we're out this way. We'll probably also go ahead and kill the troll here. I don't think he drops anything useful, but he never respawns, so it's like... Welcome to the stream, Lastborn, and Pete. Good to have y'all. Oh, is the Troll Knight sword a guaranteed drop from him? I can't actually remember. Thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn. So there are two towers where that gesture we got from doing the quest for tops is required to solve a puzzle. Alright, there's one of these guys here. So yeah, for those who have just joined, we have finished the last bosses in Limgrave, which means we'll be moving on to Caelid. It was a bit of a tough call between going to Caelid versus going to... Oh, well actually, we'll be slipping in something before Caelid. We're just doing some cleanup here. There's an NPC we have to fight for a key item. He's also next to a very useful... Actually, come to think of it. He's also next to a very useful flask upgrade. Cool. We got Chivalry's Woe. So glad I didn't die there. Oh, I hate fighting Fingerprint Vike, but it's mostly trauma from my first playthrough. It's when I finally found my way up here. Which took me a while. It took me a long time to figure out how to get up here because I was stupid. But when I finally found my way up here, I didn't realize there was a way to disable the tower. Like the Flame of Frenzy on top of that tower. So I was trying to fight Vike while hiding in one of
There
the
are
few
special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by
safe, one of the few safe spots up in that area, and it was just absolute
special
torture.
grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad. Oh. Oh. A fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh. How sweet. Yet, how it burns. Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Alright, later, Hyena. Okay, while we're here, I'm going to do a quick skim through the side quests. Make sure I haven't missed anyone that I want to take care of. Okay, done Hyena, Tops, visited Patches, helped Raya, met the Boggart, White Masquerade, killed Edgar, can't meet Jar Baron yet. Oh, we haven't run into Dialos. Your Hunter Yura, E.G., Celavis, Ronnie, Nefeli. We haven't met Padilla. Helped Albus and Latenna. Saw Muriel. Did what we needed in the Black Knife Catacombs. I don't think Alex is in this instance. Yeah, so we should meet Padilla, and we should go and run into Dialos. Who I think is somewhere around there. I'm terrible at remembering where Dialos is crying over Lania's dead body. Hey, there he is. There's the guy.
It's me, Dialos. Answer me, would you?
If y'all remember my DLC file, this is actually the person whose face I was using. I kind of just stole her model wholesale because it's a good-looking model.
If you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Liurnia, and I refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told
I'm going
in
to
blood.
set
I, Dialos,
your cape on
swear
fire.
to deliver the message. They laid hands of the tale of
Okay, bye, Dialos. Go visit Ronnie's Rise. It's nice that Ronnie lets us ride our dog indoors. Oh, and we'll say hi to Celavis.
Ah, well done. Very well. Knowledge, I doubt, if you put your... You wish to... Well?
Yeah, I can't use any of these.
You break into... Oh, fishness, fine, and you trick me. I believe that you yearn for... Well, but perhaps now.
I can't remember. Because in order to progress his quest, later I'm going to need to buy a second puppet. So, hang on a sec. Celavis. Theralina costs 2. Jar White costs 3. So, we'll get Jar White as the free puppet.
So, it's... I may have expected...
I think I have quit out like twice to get him to progress his quest.
Begging for an... That'll make...
We can't actually do the next action in his quest, but might as well take care of it while I'm here to meet Padilla.
Begging for an... That'll make... What's that? Quite the key. But I'm afraid I can... How, dear? Why don't... If you could... The soul of it... And once... Oh, yes.
I have no Starlight Shards, because I kind of forgot that I would need them eventually for his quest. What the... Ooh, that got framey for a second.
Oh, you? I apologize. Why not? But please, a little...
There's always been a question of whether Padilla is actually controlling Celavis. Like, they play it like the role, like those roles are reversed, but there is a pretty real chance. Okay, that should be everything. I think where we could get 2 quick Starlight Shards to clear that side quest for Celavis. I should know, because I went out of my way for that side quest. In tools only. I probably won't bother going back and getting the puppet quite yet. There's not really any point to it.
Trade again?
Okay. And now, after all that, the next main area that we're going to go is Caelid. We're going to do a little side thing first. I'm kind of loose with how I implement the region lock when it comes to the underground areas, because on the one hand, they are areas just like the rest of the game, but on the other hand, they're broken up in ways that aren't necessarily the easiest to deal with. Take this area, for example. What we get on the map once we go down here covers an area that's all kind of stacked on top of itself. And the first section of it, which we could have reached at any point in the game without having to kill any bosses or anything. We just have to take this elevator. We get to we get access to 2 bosses that can be handled pretty reasonably at levels appropriate for Limgrave, the area that we access it through. But then the upper area, Nokron, has... I shouldn't stand so close to the edge. The upper area, Nokron, is unreachable until after we beat General Radon. And I would love to reach it earlier because it has the Ghostflame torch. Torrent, that was my bad. I kind of just really like getting the things from this. Wait, that's not the map? I could have sworn that was the map. So yeah, there are 2 bosses in this lower area. And then once we get access to Nokron, there are 2 more bosses. And there is an argument for doing all 4 of those bosses as one area. There's no reason for me to do that. All it gets me is the bubbles spell. Which is a decent enough spell, but it costs so much in both Intelligence and Arcane, which is a stat combination that you encounter practically nowhere else. I think the only other place it might be encountered is the Ghostflame spells, but that might be Intelligence and Faith. Hello, Mr. Krabs. There are also a lot of really good smithing stones down here, like 4s and stuff, especially. And even a single golden seed, if I recall correctly. There's the map. Okay, time to rush through this area and light a bunch of torches, or flames. Could I please... Dude! What the crap? I mean, I get that was my own fault, but that was just rude. I'm just here to kill like 2 bosses and pick up the recipe for oil pots. Oh, and to say hi to Blythe. Okay, Blythe, I'm gonna say hi, but I'm gonna do it after I've gone up here, because I want to clear the enemies that just aggroed onto me. So otherwise, they will interrupt our conversation. Stone sword key, I believe. Yep. Okay, there you are.
Apologies, I can see bloody Nokron right above me.
but I've tried all the gateways. Perhaps it's time to recall that spite. Let's give him a squeeze. I jest. Besides, I should check on something. Leave this place to me. If either of us learns it, leave this place if either of us. And if we reach a dead end, Celibus rarely gives us straight down.
So yeah, you can absolutely get to Nokron without doing Celibus's quest. But he does give you a hint. For a second there, I thought there wasn't a flame up here. I was very confused for a minute. Okay, we're going to be using that gateway eventually because it's the way we get to one of the bosses that we're down here to fight. But I want to do the torch puzzle first. Oh, before I forget, I should grab the grace over here. Is that one of the torches that I need to light? It is. Okay, let's go get the oil pot recipe. I can never remember what this item is, but it always tempts me to come over here And then I aggro the flower and I can't teleport out.
Hello again. Good customer?
Okay, so soap, oil pot, and roped oil pot. So we need 1,000, and then we probably want another 6,000. I don't feel like coming back here to talk to this guy again.
Goodbye.
So yeah, in case it wasn't clear by my rambling earlier, I'm choosing to treat this area and Nokron as separate areas. And I'm trying to get a handful of melted mushrooms from this area too, because if I do that, I was hoping I was going to be the last one, because if it had been... Oh right, there's a site of grace over here. I think I may have grabbed this particular site of grace once. Oh wait, I know where the last one is. See, now that was just really rude, guys. Like, I did nothing to you. I'm literally just lighting some torches that y'all have lying around. It's my job. I am the torch lord. What am I supposed to do? Not light things on fire? I don't know why I got off of torrent there. That was all of it, right? I didn't pay enough attention to double check if I got the notification. Yeah, that's all of them. Oh. It's not doing anything for me. Let's get magic resist on for this fight. It's not a bad idea, to be honest, just to bounce between resistance talismans for whatever boss I'm about to face. Oh, hang on. Oil pot. Now to fight one of my personal favorite bosses in Elden Ring. Just because this is a boss that is both very aesthetically pleasing and it's one of the first bosses where I felt like I really started to learn how fighting in this game works. Now, obviously, I don't know anymore. That was a truly sad performance, all things considered. So that's a really easy boss right there. But it was one of the first bosses where things really started to click for me. I started to feel like, yeah, I am understanding what's going on. I'm learning some of the movesets. I'm not just flailing wildly. And that's a cool feeling. And it doesn't hurt when it happens on such a cool looking boss. Okay, back to Worshipper's Woods. We can go and fight the Dragonkin soldier. And I might do a bit of farming off stream for the melted mushrooms that we use for oil pots. Just because all that is running around picking up mushrooms. But I do want to be able to use oil pots. So yeah, there's the other boss in this area that we can fight right now. I hate the hitboxes on these guys. Oh, I always forget when he buries his arm like that. It's, it's a two-part attack. Also, we get the weapon that carried me through the RL1 run. Actually, I can't even say that it carried me. It helped, for sure it helped, but... carried me would be a stretch. You know what, I'll just throw this on here to save us some FP when we use Golden Vow. Okay. Yeah, so these three we can't reach until we get to Nokron, which I'm choosing to treat as a separate area. Yeah, it looks like they dropped all of the... It looks like the mod puts all of the underground stuff down here. Right before the DLC. Anyway, let's go to Caelid. And for once, I know exactly which boss I want to do first. Because there's one boss in Caelid that has an item which I want more than just about anything in the game. It's the Golden Scarab Talisman. I want more runes. Regardless of what rule set you're operating under, it's important. I recommend getting the Golden Scarab Talisman as soon as you're physically allowed to and able to. Oh, also, fun thing. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm not currently going toward the Golden Scarab. I just want to take care of one little side quest before we do. Getting in a cheeky little quit out here so I can... so I can de-aggro the golems without having to fight them. So, default jump attack, spam, or no, parry build. Spellcaster. And dude with a massive frickin' weapon. And as always when I do this run, I'm kind of just interested in keeping it simple and quick, so let's just see if we can get them to hurl themselves into the abyss. I'm stupid. Well, at least y'all can see how easy it is to hurl yourself into the abyss. Anyway, with that in mind, I'm actually not going to bother with this just now. I don't feel like going back for those runes. It's not that important. I was just taking that elevator up because I would want that site of grace at some point. And I was doing the fight because... I mean, I was already there. Why wouldn't I try to do the fight? Oh, I've gotten like 2 deaths now that I haven't recorded, haven't I? That Scorpion Charm is going to be useful eventually. So, before I forget... Ten deaths. So there was the one to the random ancestral spirits, and there was the one to the, to my hurling myself off of the cliff. You got this putrid corpse, you can totally manage to kill me. You're not attempting something futile and frankly sad. This grace, because there is a boss here that we're going to want to come back for. But not right now. Even after doing it so many times, I kinda hate that drop. I kinda hate the jump across to that cave. Oh! Why do I always mistake that? Why are you spamming that so hard? we just got the one talisman that you should pick up regardless of what run you're doing. Because, holy crap, do you get a lot of runes over time. And all it costs is a small amount of effort to swap your talismans when you finish a boss fight. You practically never keep that talisman on, you just put it on when you're about to gain a large amount of runes. Is there something that I... Oh, right. I want to go up to that castle soon. I think I'll probably go and grab a map first. It helps to have a map and all. Plus, we're on a pretty good pace at the moment, to be honest. We've done 21 bosses this stream. And yes, it is going to slow down a good bit towards the end. When we start hitting the really difficult bosses and the ones that I'm not as familiar with. But... for now... Well, first of all, for now we're leaving Decaying Exikes alone. So I want to get a couple more weapon upgrades. Or at the very least, just grab a few of the goodies that are around Caelid. Flame Grant Me Strength is really good for this build. Oh, I can never remember what this guy carries. He's got some rot stuff. Makes sense. Okay, so we've got most of Caelid's map unlocked. Funnily enough, if we duck back here, we can get the warp all the way to Garank, which isn't a bad idea, to be honest. First things first, let's go and get Flame Grant Me Strength. One unfortunate thing here is that I really don't know where a few of the items that we want are. Mainly the upgrade materials. I'm used to following a pretty specific route from Thingfishy in the early game, but that in this area that's mainly for Somber Stones and Golden Seeds, not so much for... wrong way. There we go. I'll be going now. Yeah, Caelid's not really the place for most of the smithing stones. You got most of those from Altus Plateau and Raya Lucaria. Caelid is more for somber stones. Anyway, let's go say hi to Geraint. Come to think of it, I don't know how many death roots I have. But if I have 4, I might immediately put Geraint into an aggressive state, which isn't really something that I particularly want. Especially since I can't use most of his spells. Oh, it takes 15 faith for Flame grant me strength? Huh. I need to do some investing in faith. Like a rank. I will give him 3. Oh, screw it, I'll give him 4.
Strange. There's something else. But the death yet quenches. Bring more.
Beast Roar, Bestial Vitality, Sling, Clawmark Seal, Beast Eye. Alright, time for Geraint to become unfairly pissed off with us. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so Geraint, as far as I know, hits just as hard here as he does in Farum Azula. I picked up my runes, but forgot to protect myself. Okay, that's 2 more deaths. I gotta remember to add these to the counter. I probably shouldn't be fighting him at the moment, but you know, I was doing a little bit too well. What? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna dial in. So that's a bit of a preview of what's up ahead in the game. Oh, I love how he straight up considers unleashing Destined Death right there. He looks at the hand that he breaks it out of later. It's such a good detail.
Put it away. I won't forget. Again. My appetite. My sin.
I'm sorry, Garank. You're a good doggo.
Put it where I want mine, so please. Enough.
Ah, yes, picking up all 0 of my runes. I love how in that one moment I spiked from 10 deaths to 13. He doesn't talk to us for a little bit here. Also, I want to double check what this spell is. Okay, this is Bestial Vitality. I always confuse Bestial Vitality and Bestial Constitution. Anyway. Later, Garank. I appreciate that Blackblade Kindred usually doesn't aggro. When you... He usually doesn't aggro when you're... whatchamacallit? When you're coming out of the Sanctum. I'm just gonna go ahead and swap those. I'd like to make it a little bit harder for me to forget that I have a pot equipped and throw it when I'm trying to heal. And for the Hydrate Lastborn. Yes, I know some vulgar militia are needlessly annoyed with me. Tell them to chill. Trying to think how much more we want to do today. So there are definitely things that I can do in Caelid right now, including a few that shouldn't be super hard, even with my current weapon upgrade level. There's also a part of me that wants to just take some time and get my weapon upgrades put together, and that would take... It's faster just to warp out. There's an argument for doing some planning rather than just diving into it. I really want to fight this tree spirit right now, because it gives 80,000 runes, but if I fight it, I will be risking my life very hard. You know what? I'll fight it soon, but I'm gonna save it until I hit the faith to cast Flame Grant and Strength. Which means 3 more levels. 3 levels of investing in faith, and I will go ahead and fight that guy for 80,000 runes. Part of the reason that I'm looking at that in particular is just it gives so many runes, and it's a pretty good matchup for us, torch only. Hey guys. Can you believe I'm just barely doing this now? Usually this is in like the first hour of a run. Well, there's the other half of the Dectus medallion. I find it kind of strange, to be honest, that most of the forts don't have bosses. Hey Grail, you're lucky. You're not a boss, and it would be pretty painful to kill you right now, so I'm probably just gonna leave you be. Might come back for you once I've got it. Once I've got the Ghostflame torch, but... Really, Grail? I'm not even that close to you. Oh, Mr. Land Octopus, I'm also not here to bother you. Or your children. Hi, Millicent. Best message I've ever seen in this game was right in front of Millicent. It was, behold arms, but you don't have the right.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse, not to be meddled with by man. If you are wise, my flesh...
Okay, there's a somber 8. Gonna grab a side of grace over here real quick. So I'm gonna want to visit the guy up in that shack soon. But not right away. Because first, I kind of want to go up this tower. A little ways. There's a pretty hefty rune on the way up. And eventually we're going to want to do a good amount of stuff in this tower. I don't know if these guys actually climb the ladders. I feel like for some reason they don't. Like they usually don't. They might sometimes, but... let's see if I remember where this pretty hefty rune is. I do not. I don't think it's across there, because that's not crossable. I wonder if that item that he dropped when he died was a Torchpole. So he was carrying one, so I'm pretty sure he's able to drop it. It'll be really funny. Like, again, the Torchpole is a spear, not a torch. There you are. 10,000 runes. Nice. I hate my guy's tendency to get off towards the edge. It's so uncomfortable. Okay, got the Newman's Rune and the Grace. Now in this tower, there's a boss that I am very scared of. And I'm going to be putting off for a long time. Also, in case it wasn't obvious based on everywhere that I've gone, I'm treating Caelid and Grail's Dragon Barrow as one area, mainly because I don't think it's really conceivable to point to a specific dividing line between them, other than just, hey, here's the portion on the map that's listed as Caelid, and here's the portion that's listed as Grail's Dragon Barrow. But now that we are here, it's time to pick up another torch. And for the most part, I don't think this torch will actually be used. But we can offhand it to make animals not bother us. Hello. Lots of very nice doggos now. And we have a legitimate reason to carry 2 torches at once. Weirdly enough, if we invest enough in strength, I think this thing actually outpaces the wire-wrapped torch. Also, I think it still works. Oh my gosh. Okay, fair enough. I shouldn't have been messing around with those guys anyway. I think I'm starting to lose focus, which might mean we're getting to a good time to stop. But I want to knock out 1 or 2 more bosses before we do. So before we fight this putrid avatar, we're gonna slip around back here and grab the site of grace in the catacombs. Yeah, I haven't given much thought to routing Caelid, which makes me kind of want do some research before we continue. Does that get us the flame shrouding tier? It does, yes. Cool, so we have a new crystal tier. In fact, we have 2 new tiers that are both very handy. Because the green burst crystal tier gives us extra stamina recovery, which is just always a really good thing. And the flame shrouding tier means now we have all of the type boosting tiers for our torches, including the one that comes up the most often. Alright. I want to take a look at what we've got going on. So, Dragon Barrow. And Caelid. Jail Cave shouldn't be too much trouble. In the grand scheme of things, we'll probably want to prioritize the crystal tunnels. Celia Crystal Tunnel has a lot of good smithing stones. I think Celia Hideaway has them as well. Calum Ruins. I know where those are, and that would be a pretty easy fight. Decaying Exikes is probably one of the easier fights that we have available. Nox Monk and Nox Swordstress is insanely easy, but we have to do an entire puzzle that I'm feeling a bit too lazy to tackle right now. The Deathrite Bird, I want to save that one because that's going to be terrible. And the 2 in Redmane Castle I want to hold off on. I'm pretty sure if I just go say hi to if I just go do some Celavis stuff, I can unlock the festival, which means I can push the Crucible the Crucible Misbegotten duo until after Radon. So that's doable. And honestly, I think I could take Star Scourge Radon right now. I might die a couple of times, but I've got a good bit of practice with him since I've killed him every time I've beaten the game. The duo Beastman fight is actually kind of annoying. Putrid Tree Spirit I can't do until after I've killed Radon, weirdly enough. Godskin Apostle I don't want to do yet. Blackblade Kindred I don't want to do yet. Flying Dragon Grail is just really annoying. But that Putrid Avatar I'd really like to do, I just want Flame Grant Me Strength first. Battle Mage Hughes, that's probably pretty easy. That Knight's Cavalry I could do literally any time, because you just get him to jump off the cliff. I don't know if anyone's ever fought that Knight's Cavalry. And this Bell-Bearing Hunter is one of the main reasons I was considering going to Altus Plateau first, because he's the hardest Bell-Bearing Hunter in the game, and I'm already not that good at that fight. Yeah, I might go and take on Decaying Exikes and go and get that one Knight's Cavalry to jump off the bridge. Oh. Let's go fight Exikes first. I'm just redoing my talismans real quick to try and get whichever one is closest to the Golden Scarab in the first slot. I find that's helpful for swapping. Would you? Oh my gosh. Do not do that at point-blank range. I kinda hate fighting Exikes mainly because of this. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. He's not even that hard of a boss, but he has really annoying terrain. Okay, fine, we'll burn him in the armpit. I hate you so much. I don't even die to Exikes. I die to the terrain around Exikes. I rolled. Thank you very much, Miyazaki. And suddenly, poise resets. You know what? I'm just gonna wait for him to teleport back. It's not even worth it. I'm gonna rebuff and wait for him to teleport back into his spot. I hate you so much, X-Ites. You're not even a difficult dragon. You just got the worst arena of any dragon in the game. Yes. Somehow, despite my interrupting it, that covered the entire area and was doing full damage. Stupid dragon is running up my death counter when it has no right to be doing so. Torrent? Because first of all, how, and second of all, what? course. Excuse me? I hate this dragon's arena. Not even the dragon. I would have killed it like 4 times now, were it not for the stupid arena. Oh, come. There we go. Jeez. Freaking annoying. And that was supposed to be the easy one between the two that I was considering going to. What was the other one that I was thinking would be good for here at the end of the stream? I mean, the Mad Pumpkin heads shouldn't be any trouble. I don't recall if that was where I was thinking. Screw it. I'm spending a few runes and just over 3,000. I'm getting the faith I need to cast. Flame grant me strength. And with that, I think we're going to enter the using Jellyfish Shield less phase, just because my spells are now better buffs and easier to manage. I could try and keep both, it's just, it's gonna be a pain to keep track of. And this one is much stronger than the other. One that I just fought. But gives a whole lot of wounds. In fact, I probably should have used a foul foot there, because that's one of the most valuable bosses in Caelid. I absolutely should have used a foul foot. Okay, now that we've got those runes, I think we're going to head back here. Doesn't really make much sense to keep that one around anymore. Now that we've got those runes and we can pick up a few more levels, one of which will go into Int, and the rest I probably just want Vigor, to be honest. We'll pop some runes, get one more level. We want some vigor now. I'd like to get up toward 40 during Caelid if I can. We'll round off today by going and taking care of some stuff with Selvis. Progressing Blythe's quest to the point where we get access to the
begging for a doesn't me. You're proving I've not, huh? Begging for another doesn't me. Perhaps it will which I is applied. Ah, you're just then I'd rather you with that and even a well, the task was left not only. Now's as good
once
as
we've done
against
this with
those shields.
Selvis, we'll call it a day. So, we grab that. Warp to visit Selin.
There you are. Shall we commence? Well, Selvis, but fine. The stars, but long ago. Now he is, and so too.
Okay, now we go visit Blythe. The end of the stream. Like I said, there are other bosses that we could absolutely kill right now, but I'd like to do some planning with the smithing stones, figure out where I can go to get a few more upgrades.
What news? So Rani's that reminds me of something. There's a festival it's a festival of combat. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'll be on my way. You're coming too? I'll meet you at Red. The way ahead is pleasing.
Give it a sec. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we've progressed a few quests. Cleared Liurnia. Even picked up a new torch. That is a pretty good place to stop, I think. So I need to look into where I could pick up another 8 smithing stone 5s and start getting some smithing stone 6s. I'm assuming there are some of each in Caelid. We might even wind up going a bit nuts when it comes to picking them up. Because honestly, there are quite a few. Well, we're about to start getting other torches that we'll want to upgrade. That's pretty much what it boils down to. There's also at least one other thing that I want to look up here in Caelid, because I think there's the first physical defense talisman, whereas the ones that we have now are all of the first stage elemental ones. I think this is a good place to wrap it up. I guess I can see if there's anyone to raid. This might be streaming because his sleeping schedule is messed up. It doesn't look like it though, so I think we'll just call it. Thanks everyone for being here. Some good progress we've made. I did manage to spike our death count a bit, and unfortunately that's probably going to be a more common reoccurrence. Especially since things that I'm used to being easy are going to be weirdly difficult with the torch, like dragons are obviously a problem because of its lack of reach. Anyway, we'll figure it out as we go. But we're through 64 out of 207 bosses. I think that's pretty good. Should be back on Monday, so I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. My fingers go all blurry when I do this. Bye, Lastborn. Thank you for the hydrate.